Are we ready?
Yeah.
At this time, I want to call our regular monthly board meeting to order.
I move that the Randolph County Board of Education enter into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute and to preserve the attorney-client privilege to discuss confidential personnel matters protected by North Carolina General Statute.
All right, we have a motion to go into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're now in closed session. this time, I'd like to call our regular monthly board meeting back to order, please. At this time, before we go have a moment of silence, our communities have had some really tragic losses. I'm sure there's plenty more, but over this weekend, many of you know Joel Lockhart. He was a very important role in the Hartsville Trinity area. And he passed away with COVID, and we lost an employee, Jesse Rose. Please remember that family, the Lockhart family. And last night, or yesterday afternoon, there was a young man, 2020 graduate of Wheatmore. He died in a terrible car accident, and Nick Coltrane. And that family, they're all sad, but to lose a kid 20 years old in a tragic accident, it makes, in my opinion, and I know we're all here to talk about a mass, but takes a little bit out of the mass, in my opinion. It's horrific to lose a kid and the way they lost him. It's just, and to know that family personally and what they're going through right now, it breaks my heart, and that's what my thoughts and prayers are tonight. But please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, we ask that you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll ask our superintendent, Dr. Gainey, to share some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Just want to share some things that have been going on in the school system during the past month. Begin with, on August 16 and 17, attended a bus driver meeting in the Southwestern Randolph Zone, Hartsville Trinity Zone, Providence Grove Eastern Zone, and Randolph Zones. Just went to welcome the bus drivers back and thank them for all their great work every day. Also, on the 18th of August, I had a chance to visit with child nutrition staff workers during their welcome back meetings, and I got a chance to welcome them and publicly thank them for all of their great work every day with our kids in our school system. On the 17th to the 19th, we had open house events throughout the school system. I had a chance to attend open house events at Providence Grove High School, Eastern Randolph High School, Randolph Middle School, Northeastern Randolph Middle School, Hartsville Elementary School, Trinity Elementary School, and John Lawrence Elementary School. I want to thank all the staff members for their efforts to make those events special. They welcomed the students and parents to their campuses. There was a high level of excitement and energy, and all of the events were well organized. And we had high attendance as we started back towards the 21-22 school year. On the 23rd of August, as you know, we started the first day of the 21-22 school year for 31 schools. One school opened on August 5, which was Randolph Early College High School. As of this point, I visited 19 schools in our school system, and I've seen students engaged in learning, teachers engaged in providing sound instruction. And I just want to thank all of our principals, teachers, support staff, students, and parents for their efforts to start this school year on a positive note. On the 8th of September, we went to several schools. We traveled to 5 schools. The week before, we were supposed to have our annual Teacher of the Year banquet. We have moved it to the fall. We used to have it in the spring and named a Teacher of the Year for the next year. But starting this year, we moved it to the fall. And we were supposed to have an event on the 2nd of September and recognize the finalists for that award, and also recognize Teacher of the Year for the school system. Since we could not because of COVID, we did move around the system and go to each one of the finalist schools, recognize them, and we provided them with a plaque and some recognition. And then so I want to recognize the 4 finalists. Paige Rollins, English teacher, Eastern Randolph High School. Philip Schuyler, science teacher, Randolph Early College High School. Emily Caldwell, 3rd grade teacher at Trindale Elementary School. And Eliza Sanders, math teacher at Northeastern Randolph Middle School. And those 5 trips, those were 4 finalists. The 5th finalist, Katie Husband, was named as the 2021-2022 Teacher of the Year for our school system. If you don't know Katie, Katie is a great teacher. but she's even a better person. She's a great, great person. And I look forward to watching her go through the competition process that will happen at the state level now to name a North Carolina Teacher of the Year, because she's a fine representative of our school system. So congratulations to Katie Husband, and congratulations to the other 4 finalists who in themselves were wonderful teachers and wonderful people as well. That afternoon, on the 8th of September, I had a chance to attend annual event that did not occur last year, but it was in place this year, and it's the Student Lift orientation. And LIFT stands for Leadership Information for Tomorrow, and it's a leadership program that's sponsored by the Asheboro-Randolph Chamber of Commerce. And I want to congratulate the 8 students from Randolph County School System who were selected for that very prestigious program. Students from all over, high school students from all over the county are eligible, regardless of whether they're attending our school system, Asheboro City, you are a charter or private school or homeschool, they're eligible for this program. And our kids always pursue this program, and it is a wonderful program. We had 8 students selected. And finally, I just want to say thank you to the Eastern Randolph High School staff and student body. On the 10th of September, I attended the 9/11 event. It's an annual event, and it reminds all of us the great sacrifices many people make on our behalf. I grew up in a military base, and I remember all too well when things would happen around the world. The large majority of my friends, my dad was a high school principal, a large majority of my friends' parents were military. And I have, there's no group in this country I respect more than our members of our armed forces. So I always appreciate the extra efforts that Eastern Randolph High School makes to make sure the 9/11 event takes place. It's been in a different format each of the last 2 years, but we will get it back to the stadium where it was originally. And just want to say a big thank you to Dr. Susan Chappell and her staff for always making that a special event and always helping people remember what the armed forces do for us, for our safety and our freedoms. So, Mr. Chairman, this concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Kenny. At this time, I need a motion to approve the August 16, 2021 and the August 29, 2021 minutes.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Sink. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We don't have any recognitions at this time. Hopefully, one day we can get back to that. At this time, we have public comments, and I'll ask that each person, I checked with our lawyer, some people wrote yield time to another person, but it's 3 minutes each, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, you do not have any procedures that would facilitate allowing a yield. Anyone on the list is welcome to speak for 3 minutes.
All right, so anyone that's signed up can speak for 3 minutes. And I will start out with,
Where is it written we can't yield?
what?
Where is it written that we can't yield our time?
The board's policies are all published online.
The procedure states that you can yield time.
Can yield time.
Yes, we can. Or you have some.
You know what? Edward Stills, you got 3 minutes.
Just pass your pages, baby.
God's gonna give you the best 3 minutes, bro.
Dr. Gaines, Chairman, distinguished board members, thank you for this opportunity to talk. I am blessed by a holy God to have two amazing children, and an 18-year-old that graduated from Uwharrie Ridge last year, and a 14-year-old that just started this year at the Southwest High School. If I'm honest, I'm truly primarily here for my son because I'm ready to fight this battle for him. However, I feel like it's a duty of everyone in the community to come together and stand for not only our own children, that's pretty easy to do, but other children, so they have a voice in the matter. Plainly put, my daughter was robbed last year of opportunities of her senior year due to the fearmongers and the architects of this pandemic. It is my honest opinion that all students of Randolph County School System was robbed at some level the opportunity of learning because of the constant chaos that consumed us all and controlled us by fear. Learning from home or working from home takes a discipline that most of our adults don't have, so much less our kids. We lost a year, by the way. Mr. Biggs, I think you brought it up last time, the number of kids that were actually affected. And this data is privy to us all. It's kind of crazy, right? The Bible says we perish due to a lack of knowledge. We've never lived in a society where the data that we need is right in front of us. We just choose not to believe it, while those who manipulate it are enforcing us to abide by it. Mr. Gainey, last time you said, in the last board meeting, you stated you had no idea where the 6 rule, you're smart man, you had no idea where the 6-foot rule came from. That's not true. You know exactly where it came from. It came from the misguided recommendations of an organization that has been polluted by politics. You know this, I know this, and everybody else knows this. The same organization that concluded in an article published in October 2020 that cloth masks are not effective. And I'm quoting now, wearing cloth masks should not be mandated for healthcare workers, end quote. Even Dr. Fauci, I'm being respectful there, even Dr. Fauci stated that a mask should not be worn outside of an acute environment. In a medical environment, you walk into a room, you put a mask on, you walk out, you put the mask away. You're not carrying and spreading your germs around ever. Mr. Biggs, I think it was used last time talking about these things just being everywhere. Gym floors, locker rooms, pockets. Man, we're poisoning our kids with these things. Let me ask this. If the CDC states masks should not be mandated for healthcare workers, then what makes you think mandated masks are going to help our children outside that acute environment? Again, our kids, from the data, by the hand of God, are really not impacted by this in a negative way. And we know the transition from the data that we do have is mostly from adult to kids, not from kids to kids or kids to parents. However, I can tell you the decisions that you are making and the negative effects that it is having in our community, and I'm only going to touch on a couple of them. One of them is isolation. One of them is obesity. One of them is suicide. Some of them social anxieties. And some of them the lack of confidence that is gained due to being challenged and having a good education. This is the only thing that was taught to our kids last year. The only thing that was taught to our kids last year, folks, and we are all part of it, was fear. Fear of everything, and fear of each other. I did not come here today to belittle you. I did not come out to lash out at the board. I came quite the opposite. I came to encourage you and embolden you. You guys are members of our communities. We are on the same side. We love Randolph County. The state president, Randy Coleman, does not love this county. We do. So I plead with you, do not teach our kids fear. The time has come to throw this senseless mandate and arbitrary protocol and return to our passion, and I hope that is educating our kids. The Bible teaches us in 2 Timothy 1:7 that God gives us a spirit, not of fear, but of power, love, and self-control. Do what's right and put an end to the mandates, contact tracing, and if Mandy Cohen's office comes for you like they just did in Union County, we're here. We're protecting you. You're here. It's our county, not her county. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ms. Steels, Lisa Steels. Does she want to speak
No,
to
she was just, that was a strategy that we had to come in. But you gave it to me, I appreciate it.
Listen, you got it. Let me say something to you.
Yes.
I think they're one and the same. You and your family several years ago, you were playing. He said, I guess you guys know him better than I do. He's quite an entertainer. You do a great job. I watched you and your family put on the show at the Sunset Theater. And I never forgot the talent in that family. You guys, banjo and all that, your daughter and son. Great job. Are they here? He was about this long. Amazing. Does he still do that?
Yeah, he plays every day, won't stop.
Awesome.
Something else that he's done, and we didn't realize this, but he's actually good at football. He likes going down there and smashing his head against another young man. And I'm loving watching it. For some reason, he's good at it. But because of nonsense, he's being robbed that his whole team was working.
I'll speak on my turn.
Lucas Wright. Okay, Lucas Wright, I believe it is.
How y'all doing? Up until last year, I was a student at Uri Charter Academy, and I wrestled on their wrestling team for 5 years. 1 year while I was in middle school, and my whole high school career. And the entire last year of my wrestling season was basically robbed from me. All the years of effort I put in to make myself better, and we had half the matches we would have normally had, and a fifth of those were canceled because of COVID. My peers have had the underlying structure of school swept out from underneath them. They feel depressed. They're having issues with drugs and alcohol. You know, I've seen it. I've been there. You know, like I was depressed for so long because of this. But I'm still recovering, and I can't imagine what it's doing to everybody else. I mean, I would consider myself to be a strong person, and it really tore me apart. You know, and I feel for my peers too that are going through the exact same thing that I went through. And I just want you guys, like, we feel powerless to do anything for ourselves. You know, and you know, like we can't do anything. What are we supposed to do? So it's up to you guys to fight for these kids.
That's right.
Another thing I wanted to bring up is, you were all young men at one point. I'm sure you had about a hot-headedness, you know? And I felt that. I'm a little hot-headed myself, you know? And all of this has made me feel some kind of way, you know? Angry, like a deep anger. You know, and I don't like that, you know? I don't want to be violent. I don't want to do anything like that. But I know that a lot of my young male peers feel the same way. You know, a deep, fiery anger because of all this. And that's not a good thing. It's a dangerous thing. It's not good for them. It's not good for anybody around them. They're liable to lash out and do something unreasonable, you know? So, that's all I got to say.
That's my son.
Well, you know,
Until you have your 17-year-old grown man son lay his head in your lap and cry because they have lost everything. Mama, I've lost everything. You don't know what pain is.
you know,
Walker got a scholarship for that shit.
you know, Dr. Gainey, you know, this year one of the things that we are trying, and I know there's been some teams that's missed out on some games, but I'm thankful we're able to have sports. And, you know, that made us, I mean, I think everybody suffered last year when this season, and I'm really sorry for you guys. I mean, I can't even imagine missing that time out, that 1 year, that last chance. And I'm so thankful for one thing. I mean, I know we don't all agree on some things, but the kids this year are at least getting a chance so far, and I hope to God it stays that way. For Friday night football, those lights shine. And I know soccer's going on now, it's boys soccer and volleyball, and so far, and I know, well, there's been a few teams quarantined, but at least they're getting to play some, and I'm so thankful for that. And I'm gonna tell you something, Lucas, you were talking about us being young one time. I do like the shirt, Johnny Cash. I grew up with a man named Black. I walked the line. Okay, next up is Chris, and honestly, cannot, what's the last name, Chris?
Williford.
Okay. Well, there's one that had, you go ahead, but we'll go back, there's another Chris too, I don't know.
Okay,
Uh,
all right.
all right, well, you go ahead and we'll come.
My name's Chris Williford. I've been a resident of Randolph County since 1982. I went to Radman, moved, my parents moved, went to Eastern Randolph. Now, what this young man just said to me breaks my heart, because when I was in high school, we took it to state twice. We got state championship, big nice ring for baseball. Your guys' decision robbed this man of that, robbed his team and robbed many more like him, not just in this county, but everywhere. Do any one of you have actual verifiable medical experience? None? Let me tell you what I do, okay? I've got a master's in nursing degree and I have an undergraduate in microbiology. Okay, so let's get down to the science here. 14 microns is the size of the novel coronavirus. Those masks that you're wearing, Mr. Gainey, even the N95s, they stop 5 microns. 3 times smaller, they're useless. Might as well take them off, throw them in the fire pit, okay? This young man right here has got a vape behind him. The molecules in that vape, okay, are roughly 6 to 8 microns, depending on the strength that he has it set on. I guarantee you, he puts it to his mouth right now, it blows right through that mask, right through your mask, right through your N95 mask. They're useless. You guys, whether you are believing the statistics and not doing your own research, you're being feared, you're being pressured by outside entities, whatever the case may be. You need to do the research, because what you're doing is you're hurting not only our children and our future generations, you're hurting people who already suffer from PTSD that are forced to wear a mask. Okay? I served 18 years in the United States Army, served honorably. I was blown up 6 times with roadside bombs. 6, okay? That muzzle is not going on my face. I'm currently a nurse. I'm about to lose my job because I will not get stuck with a vaccine that has no meaning. Okay? All these mandates that you guys are thinking about doing, you need to think about the long-term effects of what you're doing. You were elected to serve the community. You have the community supporting you 100%. And if you need more, I'll make a phone call and I'll have thousands of people here to support you.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
These people know who I am. I will have the support that you want and you need. What we ask from our community is you give us the support that we want and need. That's it.
Okay, with the other Chris. I cannot read the last name, I'm sorry, run together.
I'm sorry. My name's Chris Andrew. I have a daughter at the New Trinity Middle School. Have had a few issues with the mask thus far. She's had allergies all her life, multiple surgeries and things of that nature. And literally, it wasn't an hour after the first day of school, I get text messages. I'm getting lightheaded from having to wear this mask. Dad, I feel faint. What do you do as a parent when your child is texting you that, but the people who are supposed to be teaching her and educating her, and she looks up to is telling her, no, you have to put it back on with no break. Now the break things have changed. She had to wear it the first day in gym class playing dodgeball. I have a problem with that. It's not good for her. She's starving for oxygen, causing this whole problem. And it's just, if you want to mandate something, that is fine. But leave it to the parent of the child to make the choice. If you guys feel more comfortable with your mask, by all means, wear your mask. And same thing with the shot, by all means. But it's my choice for my body and my child. Mine. Thank you. You guys have a great night. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Underwood, Gary Underwood, you want to speak?
Yeah.
My
my problem is your edicts and your lies. Last meeting, you said mandatory mask, you don't have to quarantine the positive. As of Tuesday of last week, I have received calls from Tuesday to Sunday from our school of people being exposed. My daughter supposedly being quarantine exposed last Wednesday after minding your conversation. Now, I don't know if that was a personal attack or not, but I'll believe whatever I believe. You want to come forward, you want to say, let's implement the mask. Burgess even said these two people sitting beside him, if we wear our mask, I test positive, I'm the only one that's quarantined. That's not true. You've gone against that. Your edicts are hurting these children. I got a first grader struggling. I have to pay for private help because your job is to uphold the education, not the health of our children.
Amen.
You want to implement a medical device, and you won't even give them ibuprofen at school. You know, I mean, the masks don't work. You say the numbers are going down, I'm getting calls every week. When they didn't have the mask, I didn't receive one call. The numbers are still going up, which is proven that in a month's time, the masks don't work. You know what I mean? Just do your job. And your job is the education. As I said, students first in all we do. I don't see it. Our kids are struggling. And I mean, do you have to come home and teach these children? No, it's up to the parents. So how about we cut your paycheck whenever we're teaching the children? Because our paychecks are getting cut away from our jobs. But you're not affected by it because our tax dollars pay you, therefore you work for us. So, with that all being said, do your job, uphold the education. Thank you.
And Dawn West. Okay.
I just want to start by saying that I have 4 children that are in the Randolph County school system, 2 in high school and 2 in middle school. And the start of the year was amazing. I mean, as soon as we go there, we open house and kids are happy. You see smiles on their faces. You just see excitement that things may be going back to normal, but then that was halted pretty quickly. And then you hear and see the sadness and, the expressions on their face that, and the complaints that they can't breathe and things like that. But I have taught my children to not be afraid, because I have 3 of my children have severe medical diagnoses, which are life-threatening. So I've had to deal with fear for 10 years, way before COVID. So it is a spirit, and I feel sorry for people that live in fear, because all of us have dealt with it, and it's a daily battle. So you can choose to live in fear, but I stand on 2 Timothy scripture, and I have it in my daughter's room where she has seizures, she has epilepsy. I could be afraid that she may not wake up, she may have a bad seizure. I have a diabetic daughter that could go into DKA, anytime. So I've dealt with fear, but most of you haven't. So when this spirit came, I knew what it was. Of course, I was afraid at first. I said, okay, this virus, I'm afraid they're going to get sick. But then I recognized it, and I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to allow my children to live their life. We go camping, we go places. We don't mask our children, and they have been healthy. They have been safe. I believe in the natural immune system. I believe in building that up. To take vitamins, take things that you need to get healthy. Not put our kids, in a classroom where they can't go to lunch and have, their friends. They can't see their friends. They have to eat in the cafeteria. They don't get to go outside and get fresh air. Things like that. But, I don't believe in forcing fear on our children. And, some of these kids, they get a runny nose or a fever and everybody freaks out. But, those things existed before COVID did. And we didn't have to, we didn't get afraid. We didn't call them, call the parents, we came and got them. That's common sense. But, when your child is healthy and then they're sent home because they're exposed, then, they're scrambling, parents are scrambling for childcare. They're missing work and things like that. So that's not really fair to the healthy child. But I also want to say that my niece and nephew go to a private school, in Virginia, and they have 500 students that, from K to 12, they have not masked this entire year, and they have not had one case of COVID at all. So it's proven that the masks do not work. I mean, I've seen, and if I wish that you could show me numbers of children in Randolph County that have been severely threatened by this virus. Yes, they are, maybe getting fevers and runny nose and things like that, but are they hospitalized? Things like that. But, and I also want to say one more thing, if I can. I was with my friend in the car, and she was had a call from the school saying to come get her son, that he was exposed to COVID and needed to be quarantined. She told the school that he had been vaccinated. And yes, we're still friends, that's fine, that's her choice, and I respect her choice, she respects mine. Yeah. So she brought his vaccine card, and they let him stay at the school, and he told them he wasn't feeling well. I was there. I was shocked because we knew I knew the people that received this vaccine, are they treated differently? They can still spread the virus, supposedly, they can still get the virus, so why was it different for him to not have to leave? So that's just, and I just want to say, let the parents choose. Masks, vaccines, whatever, just let us have a choice. And I thank you for all your hard work.
Okay, Montana Sayers? Sellers?
Guys, Laura breaks for a lot of this, I have a child goes to training, my husband just spoke, Chris, and in 6th grade, she's a straight A student, AIG classes, in the school year get robbed, their little dance, everything got robbed. 7th grade was a total disaster. She didn't even cheerlead like she actually made the cheerleading team in 6th grade, and she didn't even go to that school. She hopes to get athlete scholarship because I've danced her for 12 years, going to competitions every weekend, cost me a fortune. And she really works hard on her grades, but she has allergies and gets phobias when somebody's masking her. She's not used to that. She says she can't breathe. She's the one that called her daddy within the first day, and really daddy's not the one that comes get her. I am. I carried her for 9 months. You did not carry her for 9 months. No, y'all carry her for 9 months. It's my choice, my child, and that's the way it's gonna be. I've been at that school. They probably know me by, I gotta show my ID every time. They know me by name. And she got hit in the face with a ball by a baseball player, or a football player actually, and nobody even calls me. And she calls me, she needs ibuprofen. Well, I brought it up there and I give it to her. I don't know if it's legal or not, because y'all can't give it to her. I don't know if I can walk in there and give it to her, but I did. And then I assessed her face and it was completely red. She's got bruises under her glasses. And nobody called me from the nurse's office. So I don't see where y'all really care. It's all about the money in my situation. I feel like every time you do anything, it's because they say if you don't keep your kids in this amount of time, you're not going to get the funding. And I mean, if it's wrong, it's wrong. But I don't believe that. Prove me wrong, please. Because my straight A student, which they keep telling her to put in AIG classes, I'm not going to let it happen because I'm afraid of what's going to continue to happen. We got 4 years of this crap. You know what I mean? And I know you're stuck between a hard place. I know you got to do your job, Miss Kenny. I know it. Stand up, because I promise you there'll be millions behind you. Right. Millions. I don't even know if they know me because I'm in Montana. You might not know me very much, but you know me. And I'm going to speak up, and I'm going to come up there, and I'm going to tell them their issue every day, and I'm in an opt-out form for medical, and they still try to mask my child, and her whole face breaks out. The whole entire face breaks out from wearing these masks. I don't know what kind of crap they put on these little masks they give her every day, the little blue ones. It's some kind of chemical, but it breaks her face out completely. And she's got good Italian skin, so she shouldn't break out like me. Anyway, all right, my time's over. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. But please, think about the kids, They go depressed, they get depressed. The first week was wonderful, she loved it, was so happy. Second week, it went all to crap.
I think I overlooked Ronnie Robbins. Are you here? Oh, no. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
I thought you might have, I was gonna bring it up. Well, I do want to appreciate you two for taking your mask off to speak clearly so we can understand you clearly. I noticed that you had it off the whole time you spoke, Dr. Gaines. And I think our kids would appreciate our teachers taking their mask off. And the the CDC did a study on 169 schools, not one, not two, 169, with a total of around 90,000 kids regarding masks. CDC. It had no benefit statistically, so nothing they could report had a benefit, no proof. They can't see smiles, they can't hear good, they can't pronounce, and if you're deaf, then you can't see to speak, therefore they are not learning anything.
That's right.
Then 1 month later, after this study, the CDC issues a mask mandate. What happened was the CDC bowed down to the teachers union. The CDC was not going to do a mask mandate, but because the teachers union, they changed their mind. The CDC is bowing down also to the NCAA. Here's the picture. I'm sure everybody has seen this picture. College games, no mask.
That's right.
We have all kinds of kids. We have poor kids, we have rich kids, we have minorities, but all of our kids cannot afford to be sent to private schools and taken out of the school system. While a lot of our parents are opting for homeschool, all cannot do that. But the board can give them a choice, optional mask. Other countries are not mandating the mask, and there has been no evidence of outbreaks being any higher in other countries by not wearing the mask. They do not have any higher rates of COVID, and they especially do not make their younger children wear the mask. The WHO, World Health Organization, does not recommend anyone below 6 to wear a mask. They do not want 12-year-olds and under wearing a mask, and some say no mask at all. This is the World Health Organization. Fewer children have died from COVID than from the flu. When we had the flu, we did not do universal testing, but now with COVID, we have universal testing. Who makes all these rules? Who created the North Carolina School Toolkit? What's in the toolkit? Why can't the parents see what's in the toolkit? And then we're not even going by the rules that's in the toolkit. To reiterate what Gary Cook said in one of the meetings, when is enough enough? Right, Gary? When's enough enough?
That's right.
So I want to see about this picture. What you think about this? Contact tracing, monitor ankle bracelets in Washington, D.C. at the high school for our football players so they can be tracked and traced. Is this what we're going to do? Is this what's next? Then we had $1.2 billion gave to North Carolina for education. What's that going to be spent on? Contract tracing? More protocol? More penalties for our children? It's child abuse. They need to be free. They need to be able to learn, to be able to see clearly, not be muzzled. They're not animals, they're human beings. And they deserve to be educated and learn in the school system that we're paying for by our tax dollars. Thank you.
Okay, Amanda. Oh my God, there you are.
So I'm not from North Carolina originally, I'm from Florida, and the last time board members stepped out of line, we answered back with the parental rights bill, same one DeSantis is using to hit you back with mandates. I promise, most of the people here would stand up and agree, you guys aren't my child's parent. And Dr. Gainey, I emailed you on Friday and told you, there's a stomach bug circling Liberty. It's putting children at risk with masks on their face, puking, because I picked my niece up, and there was 3 other children in there who also puked in that classroom. That the mask didn't stop, and Liberty was not the only school with a stomach bug. I will meet with every single PTO and every single school nurse and find out. So you think the mask can stop COVID? Didn't stop the stomach bug, and that's evident. But it did put my child at risk. Because you're not telling parents there's stomach bug, telling them to pick their kid up and get them tested for COVID. So then they're scared their kid got COVID. And I told you, please consider other means. Ventilation systems are outdated, non-existent in Liberty's gym, but you got my kid running around in there with masks. That's safe, right? It's not. It goes against the CDC's school reopening plan. It's not a joke anymore. If you put my kid at risk, I'm gonna put your livelihoods at risk. Because every parent should know. More children die of choking, more children get brain injuries, and you don't care. I got a half. We'll look out for that, Miss Dodge. We'll tell them to make sure they don't choke on the vomit that just all of a sudden hits a first grader and a pre-K kid. And I'll tell my team to look into missing or non-working ventilation systems. My sister's on PTO at Liberty. They're there right now. They've asked for 3 years for you to put an AC into that gym. They still don't have it. They were offered a 3-year loan. You got CARES Act money, make these schools safe. Instead of putting masks on them and making them unsafe. Yeah.
Okay, I understand, I think we have one more video, and when we come back from that video, I'm gonna tell you guys why I voted for the mask.
While they're getting that ready, do y'all have kids? Just asking, just a curious question. Are they masked?
Yes.
Are they masked everywhere they go?
Yeah, mine has to work, in, one of them actually works for the school system, and, he's working, sometimes I think it's like 90-some degrees, the part where he works at, and they require a mask in there.
They require it. That's y'all.
Yeah, we're requiring it, he's wearing it, okay? He's probably coming home just like your kid complaining about it, but he's wearing it.
My kid does that.
I'm just saying, he's complaining, but he wears it, you know, and,
How many kids' lives are you going to accept to be on your hands? Because it's getting, how many kids' lives are you going to accept to be on your hands?
we'll let her finish,
That's what you're calling.
then I'm gonna talk to you, okay?
Hello, board members. My name is Laura Heflin, and I just voted to mandate masks in our schools. As a kindergartner, I'm very thankful that, at least in the elementary school setting, all students and staff are wearing masks to protect this vulnerable population who is too young to be vaccinated. But also, as an elementary teacher, I'm very thankful that my students are wearing masks because it is drastically reducing the number of students we have quarantining. Because we are wearing masks, more students are able to stay in the classroom when there are positive cases, and which we all know is much better for their learning when they are in person in the classrooms with us, as opposed to remote learning when they have to quarantine. So I know the board has to now vote monthly on masks, and I would please encourage you to remember of the quarantining policies with masks, wearing masks versus not wearing masks. And if our goal that I keep hearing in the board meetings is to have as many students as possible in our schools learning, because we all agree that that is the best possible way for them to learn, then please continue to mandate masks in Randolph County schools. Thank you for all of your hard work on the board. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
It was paid. An OSHA violation, I want a lawsuit against UPS with OSHA violation.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna show
Let me share something with you real quick,
And I
okay?
won an OSHA violation, 19.1% oxygen content. So we can
Well,
go.
you know what, we can forget me telling you anything if you like, that's fine
I'm
with
just
me.
telling you.
That's fine. I tried, I let you talk, I let every one of you want to talk.
Y'all got $49 million, that's what it's all about.
Okay, ladies, talk. My daughter is a teacher.
Go ahead, I'll let you talk.
She works in Forsyth County. And
Come up here if you want, it'll be fine. Come on.
Okay, baby, she's got it.
I am Doris Jarvis. My daughter is a teacher. She works in Forsyth County. And she had to wear the mask. They asked me out there.
Doris, push the button.
Oh, you know that. I'm loud enough, they can hear me. But anyway, she got sick. I mean, she just kept sinus infection and everything. And she went to her doctor, and the doctor told her that the mask is what caused it. Thank God she got a job at a Christian school where the government or nobody else has anything to do in that school. So now none of them, the teachers, none of the staff or the kids have to wear masks there. And they haven't had any cases there. They don't even social distance.
Do you know how many children have died in the state of North Carolina since March 2020?
In a few minutes, Dr. Danny will be sharing some numbers in our school system over the last,
6
month.
children in the state of North Carolina have died from COVID.
Let me ask you something, what if that was your kid?
It would be a terrible.
Well, it'd be a terrible thing, wouldn't it? You wouldn't be standing here doing what you're doing.
Terrible tragedy. Just it would be a tragedy. Any death is a tragedy.
People
These
died, it was
children
dying.
commit suicide.
All men die, really die, all men do the right thing.
All right, we're gonna move on to,
We're just asking you to do the right thing for our kids. These children are our future.
The
They're
end
the
result
future.
is our choice, not theirs.
I need a motion to adopt the meeting agenda. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, this time Dr. Daniel will share some information on us.
One of my teammates killed himself during all this.
Yeah, that's on your hands.
What about that child? What about their parents?
If y'all ever really play this thing for me, I'll take y'all out. I'm used to silence, I don't know if y'all are. Better start playing it for you. Very simple, sing Ray Charles sing. Just get your head out your head.
Y'all got the fire.
Good evening, board members.
There's real men
If you
that's
vote
praying
for
and
us
watching
today, we will have a whole new community next
Better
month.
believe.
We'll be on your side. We won't be cussing you out.
Good evening, board members. I want to share some comments or some gifts with you tonight. I have several gifts, and I want to share some data with you at the end of my presentation time. First item I'd like to share with you is a gift to Ramsey Elementary School. On September 5th, Angela Harris sent me an email regarding a gift that was given to her school by Ramsey Wesleyan Church to construct a Gaga ball pit on the school's playground. The value of the gift is $510. I accepted this gift on September 7th, and I accepted this, bring it to you as an information item tonight, because per board policy 8220, it was $5,000 or less. So I bring it as an information item to you tonight. The next gift I'd like to bring to you tonight is a gift to the Randolph County School System. On August 30, Kathy Waddell, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, made me aware through an email of a gift from Melinda Lambeth on behalf of the Women's Auxiliary of the American Legion Post 45. The gift consisted of $365 worth of school supplies that was packaged into small packages by principals to be distributed for students. I accepted this gift on September 2. Again, I accepted this gift from behalf of the board because it was $5,000 or less. The next gift also was to the Randolph County School System. This gift was, I was notified of this gift on September 15 by Greg Brewer, Safety Compliance Officer. This gift is from Office Depot. It was for 1,920 bottles of hand sanitizer, valued at $1,980. I accepted this gift on September 15 on behalf of the school system. Again, bring it to you as an information item tonight because it was $5,000 or less per board policy 8220. The next gift I have is a gift to Trinity Elementary School. On September 7, Ginger Wright, principal of Trinity Elementary School, made me aware of a gift to her school from Thomasville Archdale Pediatrics in the amount of $500 for updates to the school's playground. I accepted this gift on September 7th. It's an information item tonight because it is $5,000 or less per board policy 8220. I accept it on behalf of the school system. Our next gift was one to UR Ridge 612 on August 30. Brian Hill, principal of UR Ridge 612, notified me of a gift from Pam Guerin in memory of her husband in the amount of $1,000, and Pam Guerin is the mother of band teacher Angel Freeland, who is at the school. This gift will be used for equipment and supplies for the school's band program. I accepted this gift on September 2 on behalf of the school system, again due to it being $5,000 or less.
Sir, what does this have to do with what we're talking about here tonight?
The next item I'd like to share tonight is another gift to UR Ridge 612. I was notified on August 25 by Brian Hill, principal of UR Ridge 612, of a gift from Carolina Farm Credit in the amount of $200. It's to be used for expenses related to the school's FFA competitions. I accepted this gift on August 26th, again due to its value being $5,000 or less. And the final gift I'd like to share with you tonight is a gift to Wheatmore Middle School. On September 8, Bruce Carroll, principal of Wheatmore Middle School, made me aware of a gift from Kevin Jordan from Lowe's Food in Archdale in the amount of $2,067.38. And it has to be used for any need on the school's campus. I accepted this gift on September 8 for board policy 8220 due to the gift being $5,000 or less. The next information I'd like to share with you tonight pertains to where we are with COVID-19 and our data. Just as a review, a couple of things. We've had 2 major positives since the school year started compared to last year. We are having 5 days of in-person instruction per week, and all of our extracurricular activities have resumed according to normal schedule, regular procedures. And as I've told several people, this goes farther than athletics. It includes marching band, chorus, hunter safety, CTE competitions. Also, you have the ROTC groups as well who have competitions that they prepare for. One thing that we did do the first week that we did not continue starting on August 30, we did move lunches and breakfast back to the classrooms to hopefully prevent the spread. This time I want to share some things with you about our data. Our data in the Randolph County school system is not good, but it has gotten better over the last couple of weeks, so I'm going to share that with you. But before I do, I want to, where we are now with the cloth face coverings is the second highest week since this pandemic started, or since we started the 2021 school year. Our first week of school was the second highest total we've had in positive cases. Weeks 2, 3, and 4 have led to more cases than we had even in our highest week of the 2021 school year. So I want to share with you a chart today and share with you a couple of things in this chart and let you see what's happened since we went to the universal use of cloth face coverings. So Sheena, if you can pull that up, please. So board members, I'm going to walk over and so I can kind of look at this a little more. Now, I'll get in the way of everybody else. So let me just share with you what I have in this chart. So the first column is the week. If you'll scroll up, Sheena, this is through the end of down the 17th. The first, scroll down so you can see the head a little bit, Sheena, if you can. First column is the week. We've completed 4 weeks of school. Second column is the total number of positive cases we've had in the school system. Third column is the number of cases that have impacted the school, being that when we did the look back, the positive was on the campus during that 48-hour look back period. The next column, number of students or staff members excluded from school due to having COVID symptoms or being exposed to a COVID-19 case, positive case outside of school. And I put parentheses here, that positive case that has been reported to us. Not everything outside school has been reported to us. But here's the one that we really need to look at. Number of students or staff members excluded from school due to a positive exposure to a positive COVID-19 case at school. And I'll talk to you about the final column in a minute and try to explain where that projection is. But this is real data. So the first week we had 81 positive cases. 41 of those cases, we needed the 48-hour look back, the person was connected to a campus. The first week we had 461 people students or staff, who had symptoms or had been exposed to something away from school. And that first week, which led to our board meeting on the 29th, we had 530 students or staff who were sent home due to exposure to a positive case at school. Now scroll up to the next week, Sheena. The second week, and again, for anybody wondering our weeks, we run our weeks from Saturday through Friday. So the 28th was the Saturday after the end of the first week. You see that second week, our number of positive cases was 150, right here, same column. So we've gone from 81 to 150, so it's picking up. Number of people with symptoms or exposed to something away from campus that we know about as far as away from campus, 922, so that's picking up. Now, 956 people the second week, started on Saturday, we met on Sunday the 29th, 956 people went home the second week because they were exposed to a positive case at school. But you need to look at the note here, right here. 711 of these people went home due to positive cases that occurred on the Saturday before we put on false face coverings, the Sunday when we voted to put them on, or a case that we learned about on Monday or Tuesday. So 28, 29, 30, 31. So that all those cases reach back to the week we didn't have false face coverings on. So now let's look on down and see what started happening when we got past that window of time. Scrolling up if you can, Sheena, just a little bit. Go back, they can see you. All right, you can't make go. So here's the second week we have false face coverage. So yes, our number of positive cases went up 171, up 21. The impact number is really not a big number, not a big issue now. But look right here. Symptoms came down a little bit, symptoms and people exposed to cases away from school. But now look at the fourth column, 105. That week, the number of people sent home that week due to being exposed to a positive case at school was 105. Now, the next week, which was the one we ended on Friday, it went Saturday the 11th until the 17th of September. Last week, end of the week, feel a little better. Our number one issue continues to be the number of positive cases.
What is this?
It's not the other data. What's driving our issue now this year is the number of positive cases. 130 is 41 bigger than our biggest week last year. So, when finished the data last week, was excited to see this number go down by 41. And was excited to see the number of people sent home because of exposures to a positive school go home even more. So, the one thing that you can't really put your finger on is, scroll back up to the top, if you would, Shannon. Come down, that last column. So there's nothing in the last column for the first week because there's no projection. There's not a projection because we were doing all real numbers that week. But the second week, the only thing, we had 41 impact cases that first week, and 530 people sent home because of a positive case on campus. So how are we going to be able to tell what the damage could have been done in the next couple weeks? Well, if you divide 41 into 530, I got a multiplier, an average of 12.9 people. So that's how I got this last column. And it's a projection, I understand. People can say that it's, what's the accuracy gain? I got it. But it gives you a little picture. Second week we had 150 positives and 107 of them would have been impacts. If you multiply 107 by 12.9, you get 1,380 people could have gone home from those 107. Could have, I got it. We still have the problem of a large number of positives on our campus. And you can see, if you take the impact cases of the week of the 4th to the 10th, 120 times 12.9, we could have sent another 1,500 home. And then last week, 85 would have sent 1,096 home. Now, I was asked this somewhere along the line, are these carryover numbers? In other words, again, when you say 956, are you carrying the 530 from week 4? And the answer is no. No. So some of the 530 were still out when the 956 went home. And some of the 956, and you can see this number, we take the 711 out of it, you're down in the 200s. But some of what's here is still out when this number's, these people are going out, because there's a 2-week exposure window. So, wanted to share with you some information there. Wanted to give you that picture of what's going on. Mr. Cook, you've asked me several times. So I'll give you some other, you've asked me several times during the past week. So right now, we've had right now, as of this year, we've already had 1,643 students and staff go home this year from being exposed to positive cases on the campus. Last year, students and staff together was 11,084. We've already, as of the end of last week, reached 14.8% of last year's total. So hopefully these last 2 weeks are showing a curve down. None of this is going to get better. As you've heard tonight, we're bound by rules that we are required to follow. And hopefully we're seeing some trends that go down. You know, and I've heard several times tonight, on the 1st of September, I sent an email to the principals. I talked to them about it on the 1st of September principals meeting. That when kids are in PE and are actively engaged in physical activity or in the weight room, they're not required to wear a mask. They are required to wear a mask when they move them to and from the gym. I've also said that we run that risk. If we're during PE time, we might have some exposures. We might. Just like we might have some during the extracurriculars. So,
yeah, Dr. Gaines, just real quick. I know you just.
Mr. Gaines, can I please say something to you about what you're doing?
Mr. Cook, you had a question?
I did. We talked about, I know I've asked you that question, and a lot of people tonight said something about PE and stuff like that. I know you told me back then, that's definitely been addressed with the principals. Will you make double sure?
I will reiterate that I'll send them that reminder. One thing you asked me in the past couple of weeks is where are we with students at different levels getting COVID? The driver in all this has been the number of positive cases. So as of the end of the week, we had 135 elementary students turn up positive, 167 middle school students, and 150 high school students. So it's pretty good across, I mean, the numbers are pretty strong across all 3 levels of school.
Exactly. Where's flu cases at?
I would really like to ask something, Mr. Gaines. $2,000 mandate for the gyms, that's all it was. Because you said, you emailed the principals, my daughter wears the mask in the gym. So if they don't have to wear it in the gym, and they're with the same classmates,
I will
they still are
reiterate.
gonna end up
You
quarantined.
may need to ask people to stop.
Why is it this woman right here's grandson went sent home for 2 weeks because he was had to be quarantined. He's played video games for 2 weeks. He's not sick.
Listen.
He has been home playing games.
I mean, I understand.
And
Come on, guys,
sitting
you're gonna
on
control,
his
hey,
phone
hold on.
and not teaching them nothing.
Listen.
My daughter last year, no, she stressed herself out till she started a heart monitor now. And they went to work at Chick-fil-A and they masked her in 90-degree weather. And she passed out. When's it gonna
Can
stop?
you let the superintendent just finish?
Put your mask on, please.
You know what, I'm gonna tell you something. You just about pushed me to the limit. We had such disrespect, I was gonna say, you guys, can we just all, you know what this whole thing has done? It's causing people to get at each other, and that's terrible, that is such a shame. I mean, it's just a shame.
People in here asking you to put it back on them.
May I speak after him, please? Can I please?
Let Dr. Gaines finish, please.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now I know how they did it.
Dr. Gaines, go ahead.
So, board members, I wanted to share that information with you, and, I understand where everybody is, and no one is more tired of wearing cloth face coverings than I am. And I will tell you, what's different, as I mentioned on August 29th, is that last year, as I watched things throughout the year and was very close to this, I wish we would have had an opportunity to single in as much as we could. I heard a comment tonight about if we put on cloth face coverings, no one goes home. That is not accurate. It was said in August 29th that everybody wearing universal use of cloth face coverings would prevent students from going home if it was a student case. However, if it was a staff case, we would have to hope that the staff member was not within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes of the positive. So, there are a lot of ways that we can still have exposures to positive cases, extracurricular activities, adult positive inside of 6 feet of somebody for more than 15 minutes. The PE class, we know that when we have them off while they're actively engaged, we're running that risk. We thought that was a risk worth taking on the 1st of September. That's also in the weight rooms. And we also have individuals who have mass exemptions, so if a positive appears. But it all starts with, if you stay 6 feet away from somebody, or you're not inside.
Stay 6 feet away from
That's arbitrary. There's no science at all behind that. They started at 10.
Come on, guys, let him talk, okay? Let him finish, or I'm gonna have you ask to leave.
Everything we have to do starts, whether it's an adult case or a student case, it starts with whether the positive, people have been inside of 6 feet of the positive for 15 minutes or more. Now, if we've got students, and I understand where people are on this. I've been very open that I don't totally understand the toolkit when it says it works for student cases, not staff cases. But what is different this year, reiterate, we didn't have a chance last year on any case to send only the positive home, but we do now with universal cloth face coverings. Also, last year this time, our teachers were teaching both ways. When someone was out, we had people at home, we had people in the classroom, and they were teaching both ways with Google Meets, and we haven't had to do that yet. If we don't continue to get case numbers down and students back in school, we may have to go there, but we have got to fight for that, for our teachers. They are tired, and we've got to continue to work towards that. Also last year, we had an 8A B-Day schedule, so we didn't have quite the impact at times we have now, because if you think about the 8A B-Day schedule, every child was off campus for 5 consecutive days. So when you did the 48-hour look-back period, there was more chances for positive cases not to impact the schools. So, board members, later tonight, I will share my recommendation when we get to that part on the agenda. But I think you know my recommendation. We tried to start with optional cloth face coverings. I don't want to wear them any more than anybody else in this room or in this county or in this state or this nation wants to wear them. But I also don't want children out of school any more than they are for staff members. And so you'll be hearing from me tonight. I will read my recommendation into the minutes of the meeting tonight, but you will hear me recommend that we continue to wear them until this thing subsides, which hopefully last week's results are showing some declining number. The numbers are declining. Hopefully we can continue that as we go through the coming weeks and get back to where we need to get to. But this is a safety issue, and that's where we are at this point. So I'll answer any questions you have, board members.
Dr. Gaines. Some lights on working right.
Hey, we just want to have our own choice. We don't make it for us.
That's right.
Many meetings die.
You know, I think the one thing that we all agree on, Dr. Gainey, and when we went mass adoption, I was hoping, Raleigh called and they basically, Dr. Gainey knows this, I got a call, got a letter, and you know, the governor, he should, if anybody was gonna do this, he should have done it, and he didn't do it. So he put it in our lap, and basically, it's caused communities, it's caused board members to have division, and you know, I hate that more than anything. But for me, I just want you to listen a second, I hate masks, I hate them. The only reason that I went with a mask was because I thought if it would help keep kids in school. And I thought our job as the school board was to try to keep kids in school. And, you know, basically those numbers have come down. You know, my understanding, last year, I get it, the young man Lucas, you know, I didn't want that to happen again. And, you know, we're having athletics, ball games. But my whole intention was if it would keep kids in school 5 days a week, if it would keep parents where they could work, that was the goal. That was what I was thinking. And yes, I know the mask, and I never meant it. I don't think any of us meant it as what you're thinking, John. We were trying to keep kids in school. Now, I've talked to Dr. Gainey, and I know we had a conversation last week, if there's any way that we could look, and I guarantee you what you're talking about in the gym will be addressed. I thought all principals did that. But is there anything we could look at as like weight rooms or spread out a little bit if a teacher could maybe look more into some mask breaks along the way? And you know, that's something we had discussed, but none of us want to see this, and hopefully we can get past this. But our goal, I guess, it's the political part that I hate, and through this I absolutely am learned to hate politics, because they have forced this in our lap and caused us to walk between us, and I hate it. And that's totally wrong. But I would ask you guys, we're all in this together. We're trying to get through it, keep these kids in school. But go ahead, Dr. Gainey.
Truth and courage, boys.
Truth is a PCR test is wrong.
I just saw the greatest waste. I just saw the greatest waste of Mr. Gainey, Dr. Gainey's skill set. He just systematically went through arbitrary data, chasing a rule that in a game that we all lose on. If he could take that same capacity and educate our kids, man, the sky's the limit. We're 100% behind that. It's a waste of a resource. He didn't go through all these years of school to get the accolades that he's got so that he could be a glorified coach at police.
I will tell you, you know what?
We the people can throw it off, Mr. Cook. You know that.
I know, and I know one thing, Dr. Gainey, let me tell you something about Dr. Gainey, though. Right now, many of you probably don't like me, but I'm gonna tell you something. There's no one lost any more sleep in this room than he has over the last 18, 19 months. Or you can say what you want to, I will defend him to the end. And he hears about these kids. So if you wanna, that's not true, guys, I'm telling
When
you.
he's doing ain't the right thing, you know it. Tell me, explain to you why they're pulling the PCR test December 31st. Why don't you sit there and tell
That
me
we're
why?
basing all this on.
We're gonna go ahead and finish this meeting, okay?
His statistics on.
All right,
Now, I got
guys.
a niece that is a doctor at Wake Forest, so you better be careful on what he's talking. Because I got some little info. I got a buddy that died today from that damn shot that they give him at his own house. In 12 hours. In 12 hours, he's dead.
I had a buddy that died this weekend for not taking that damn shot.
Oh, bullshit. They give him that Desivir, they give him
That's your choice, and that's his choice. I'm not saying anything else,
What
okay?
you had, what grades you made, and what lunch you had in 3rd grade.
I'd like to say something. At the first of the meeting,
Better believe.
at the very beginning of the meeting, you asked for a moment of silence for the family with the one that passed away. You know, that's very sad. We had one in our church too, a young boy that was in an accident and died. You know, but every day, when we step outside our door,
Come on.
we take a chance.
That's
We
right.
have to put our life in God's hands because He holds our life. And we can't walk out that door every morning and be afraid that we go out that door. I mean, we've got to stand up. We've got to say, God, you got us today. And if it's our day to go home,
That's
because
right.
I lost my
That's
husband
right.
last year after a double lung transplant. But you know something, I have to stand strong because God gave him to me and God knew when he was going to take me home. It's all over God. Stand up for God. Nobody else is.
That's right.
But that child's hand, that child's life that passed away in that accident, yeah, it's sad. And I know the parents are hurting. I'm still hurting and it's been a year. But you know something? We still have to stand up. We have to teach our kids not to fear and to trust in the Lord. Because He's all we've got.
Nobody is gonna leave this earth until God is ready for it.
Amen. I'm with you. That if my daughter or me, anybody in my family dies, it's God.
So I am, we're gonna move on to the curriculum research.
Anybody in this room, when God's ready for you, and you're going.
Shot or not. I'm sorry.
Who was the first person who runs away and sick? Call the doctor. Because God
No, we
is
don't.
someone.
Say you know.
God is someone.
Go ahead.
Good evening, board members. I come tonight to bring you the 2020-2021 school performance data. As you can see from the memo that I'm sure you've already looked at, it looks very different from my usual presentation on data. And that is large in part due to the fact that the state of North Carolina received a waiver from the United States Education Department on large components of ESSA accountability. Those included accountability growth, school performance, identifications of schools as CSI or TSI, including low performing, and the requirement to meet 95% participation. However, in 2021, unlike 1920, the United States Education Department did not waive testing students. So we did require students, or the federal government required us to require students to test in reading, that's ELA reading, grades 3 through 8, and English 2, in math, grades 3 through 8, NC Math 1 and NC Math 3, in science, grades 5 and 8, and biology, along with the English language proficiency exam. The United States Education Department not only required us to test, but they also required certain reporting parameters for this year. And you see those with the bullet points in this memo here, the disaggregation of those different tests by subgroups, along with the cohort graduation rate. And on September 1, this data was presented to the State Board of Education and made public. They also presented disaggregated data for 11th graders who participated in ACT and for students who participated in ACT worksheets. So, and we're going to move on to figure 1 with the Randolph County School Systems data. As you notice in figure 1, we have 18-19 data, which would be the last school year that we had prior to COVID, which we had a full testing year. Remember, in 1920, the United States Education Department waived all testing for many states across the U.S. And in 2021, we had a different set of parameters. I caution you at the comparison. The reason I give you 18-19 data is data needs a reference point. And we need to understand, though, that the testing scenario in 18-19 versus 2021 was vastly different. We had much longer testing windows in 2021 to accommodate different situations and to accommodate quarantines. We had students who might take a high school course in the fall and chose not to come in until the spring, so you had a longer distance of time in between the actual instruction and testing. Plus, it was the year 1920 was scheduled to be a standard setting year for English language arts, and when testing was canceled, that pushed that to 2021. So you see a great, not only a difference in many different things that occurred during the year, so loosely say comparison here. Couple things that we noted here in this data is I've given you grade level proficiency along with college and career readiness. Remember, grade level proficiency is levels 3s, 4s, and 5s, and college and career readiness is levels 4s and 5s. We had a range.
And say that y'all care about educating the kids.
We had a range of differences in our grade level proficiencies, anywhere from 1.2 to 26.4 points difference. We did have one school that actually showed an increase in grade level proficiency, and that would be Farmer Elementary. The district as a whole had a 12.8 percentage point decrease, whereas the state had a 13.4 percentage point decrease. As far as college and career readiness, you note that our decreases range anywhere from 1.5 to 29.4 percentage points. The Randolph County School System saw a decrease of 14 percentage points, as the state saw a decrease of 14.9 percentage points. In figure 2, we have the comparison of the cohort graduation rates. You know that every year we bring you the 4-year cohort graduation rate as well as the 5-year cohort graduation rate. Notice that this is a 1920 to 2021 comparison. Although we didn't test in 1920, we did graduate students. So we did have a cohort graduation rate. I do want to take a moment to note, however, in 1920, the state enacted a requirement to only require their minimum of 22 credits to graduate. And they took the right away, or the board basically made them null and void, the board policies that required 28 credits across the state. So you're looking again at a very loose comparison between data. So we see in the 4-year cohort graduation rates, we see a decline for all schools in the 4-year cohort graduation rate. In comparison of 5-year cohort graduation rate, all but 2 schools showed an actual increase or remained the same with their graduation rates. The district saw a 3.2 percentage point decline in 4-year cohort graduation rate and remained virtually at the same position for 5-year cohort graduation rates. At this time, I will take any questions that you have regarding this data.
Board members, one of the things that Beth mentioned, what was a struggle was the length of the testing windows we dealt with all last year. As the testing windows got farther, the children were getting farther from the instruction, so that played in. And we have been cautioned not to compare last year to anything else, but I think our nature as we move forward is we have to have a baseline to look at. So we've got a lot of work to do, and we will continue to move forward.
Do we anticipate any kind of change to the number of credits for graduation?
Not to my knowledge, I have not seen anything.
The only thing we've seen that has been waived, and Kathy helped me on this, I think the CPR requirement has been waived 2 years in a row, and I can't remember what the piece of legislation says this year. It may be, for some reason, I think it's up to is it up to the end of the first semester maybe this year? So that's the only thing we've seen graduation requirement-wise, Ms. Burgess, during this time of the pandemic.
And last year, they required the districts to move back to the board policies. Any more questions?
Thank you, Beth. Thank you. Kathy?
Good evening, board members. I bring to you tonight the 2021 graduating class statistical information. This document has been shared with you yearly, and the last time that this document was presented was probably in 2018, due to the fact that in 2019 we went home in March of that year due to COVID, and then last year's data was delayed. So I encourage you to go back and look at the 2018 graduation data if you want to find any kind of a decent comparison between the two sets of information. 1,185 diplomas were issued this year, 5 certificates. There were 88 mid-year graduates, 343 students are going to public or private four-year colleges, 467 students are going to community colleges or private junior colleges or trade schools, 36 students are going to the military, 250 students are entering the workforce, and 88 students indicate that they have not decided or had not decided at graduation what their future plans would be. In all, 855 students of the graduating seniors are planning to pursue further education. I'll call your attention to that last bullet because there is a correction that needs to be made there. The total amount of scholarship money awarded to the Randolph County school system graduates pursuing further education is $21,443,000. Excuse me, that is the number listed there, $21,443,604. The correction is $23,120,787. And that correction is due to a change in the Randleman High School total for scholarships. So if you will turn with me to the third page where you see Randolph County schools, Randolph County high schools, and it lists every high school and the amount of money that they received in scholarship. Randleman High School's number was changed to $2,390,074, which changed the final total, which is incorrect on that document, to $23,120,787, which will be corrected in the record and put in the public document on the webpage. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Kathy. That's, that memo right there is one of my favorite of the year. It shows progress in board members. We've lost a lot of ground because of what's happened the last 18 months, particularly on the last bullet. Mr. Bowles, I think you and I talked about this when I first came here, and we've had that number of scholarship money as high as $43 million. So we've got, hopefully, getting back in school, getting our children back around the counselors and the staff 5 days a week is going to really lead that number to start headed back up north. But that's something I know that this board has prided themselves on. So be excited to start seeing that move the other way.
All right, Tom.
Good evening, board members. Per board policy 6420, tonight for information, I'd like to bring to you the contracts in the previous month that have totaled more than $50,000. So the first two, the same vendor, A&C Group Incorporated. These are technology purchases. Infrastructure access point upgrades, $64,196.20. the same vendor, A&C Group, for infrastructure switches, $55,608.07. And then Snyder Electric at Southeast Randolph Middle School, HVAC control upgrades due to some storm damage, $179,660. That did not require your approval because it falls under the construction, which is a $500,000 threshold. So we did have to informally bid it, which we did, and I'll also say that we do have insurance that is covering that purchase. And then the final one for this evening, Open Up Resources, middle school math workbooks, $52,561.14. Any questions on those?
Thanks, Don.
Mr. Chair, I would think maybe we could change the order and let Dale Brinkley do his action item first, and then we'll come back for the last action item.
Come on up, Dale, we'll do your operations.
Good evening, board members. This evening I am requesting that a Board of Education member be appointed to serve on the calendar committee to work on the upcoming 2023-2024 calendar. The calendar will be developed by the committee and submitted to the board for approval no later than February 2022. The committee will consist of a Board of Education member, central service staff, school level staff, and parent representation. There's usually 3 to 4 committee meetings that should last no longer than 1 hour each. The scheduled meetings with dates and times are listed on your memo and will be held in the finance conference room or via a virtual Zoom meeting. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have about the calendar committee or the scheduled meetings.
Does anybody want to volunteer to be on the calendar committee? I know you want to, Sharon. She'll do it. Okay, Ms. Farlow, I forgot. She's joining us tonight with Zoom. We have a second, right? Absolutely. Sharon, you got that job. Sharon wants to serve on those committees.
All right, thank you,
That's a
Mr.
mighty
Farlow.
good job. Thanks, Sharon.
And thank you, board members.
I didn't make the motion. I need to. Okay, so we need a motion to approve Sharon Farlow as the Board of Education's representative on the school calendar committee.
So moved.
Have a second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's official.
All right, board members, last action item for tonight is Board Policy 4231, 5021, 7263. After our last board meeting, on the 29th of August, a piece of legislation came out, Senate Bill 654, and I know it's maybe Session Law 2021-130, is that correct, Jill? It's the same, I know we knew it as Senate Bill 654. And what was now required is that you had your decision on the 29th, and now what is required is that Board of Education across the state of North Carolina vote on this issue regarding the use of cloth face coverings every month. So the first thing I want to share with you is the policy before you. It is here tonight for a first reading and waiver a second reading, so we can get this in our policy manual, and then I will make a recommendation to you regarding where we go moving forward. So any questions you have about the policy is entitled Face Coverings, and it does talk about wearing them in all school settings, and it does at the end, face coverings shall be worn by all individuals determined to be appropriate by the superintendent, which part of that piece kind of goes into my recommendation, which we had some exceptions. So I'll leave that, Mr. Cook, if answer any questions, Ms. Wilson, I'll answer any questions you have about this policy. We will need to make a motion on this policy, waive second reading, and then I'll make a recommendation on where we go moving forward.
Sarah, how do you get to determine what's appropriate?
Can I speak this a minute?
Jill.
Yes, so you need to have a motion to adopt the policy and to waive second reading. Because
Okay,
you have to have this policy by law.
can we do it together?
Yeah,
Okay.
one motion's fine.
But then we have to do a second one, or do I need to make my recommendation?
No, this can be the policy for this month unless changed by you.
And
And
I will
you're
make-
making up the recommendation.
It's a mandate, not a law.
The county school board can do whatever
Yeah.
they approve of.
What's constitutional, that's how it works.
That's right.
The counties to keep the state in check, the states to keep the federal government in
Set
check.
policy.
And men died for it, and we better start having a little more
42,
respect for men that's buried in
31,
Arlington,
50,
and then
21,
Gettysburg and other places.
17,
My family goes all the way
63.
back to the beginning and foundation of this country. Every one of my family members bled for this place,
I can't even see it.
and I see it being walked and spit on. By a bunch of cowards, sheep leading lions. That's the problem, we ain't got no lions leading sheep. Period. Shit, it's government.
So board members, you would make a motion to approve the policy, to waive second reading, and to put this policy in place for the month until your next meeting.
And that would in essence keep what we have in place now, which is what we approved the 29th of
Correct.
August, in place with the exceptions we listed in that
Which
recommendation.
are provided for in this policy.
Yes.
So you're making one motion?
You can do it all in one motion.
Okay.
So we need a motion to, approve policy 4231, 5021, 7263, and, waive the second reading.
Right.
Okay,
And put this policy in place until the next board meeting.
and this policy will be in place in the next board meeting.
Yes.
And that will keep, basically, in essence, that will keep in place what we approved on the 29th, as far as the exceptions and cloth-face coverage universal, and we'll revisit this. on
Well, we were legally required to do this, that's correct, right? Well, legislature.
Legally required to have a
A
policy.
motion made, go,
Not a motion, it's a vote.
we have the motion.
Once a month.
You have the right to vote.
Somebody
One
said the
vote.
right to
Do
vote.
we have a second?
Might stand up for the
Second.
kids.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay.
Good for you, Fred.
We're done.
This time I move the Randolph County Board of Education, we enter into closed session.
We got one more time. Do we have anything, we're done, right?
Hey, sir.
No, we do not.
Pursuant to general statute to preserve the attorney-client privilege, to discuss a confidential personal matter.
Are we finished?
Hey, Jim,
Yeah,
can I
Ms.
just say
Wilson,
one thing for you?
Ms. Wilson said that your approval of that policy keeps the recommendation from August 29th in play until the next board meeting, October 18th, so we're good.
I don't even know, what was the final vote? Let's do it by raising hands, I guess.
Yeah, let's see your hand.
43.
Hold them up.
All right, all those against?
Yeah. Sharon's doing
Courage.
I move that Randolph County Board of Education will enter into closed session pursuant to North Carolina general statute to preserve the attorney-client privilege to discuss confidential personnel matters protected by North Carolina general statute.
Terry.
Do we have a motion to go into closed session? We have a second? Second. All those in favor? We're in closed session now.
Yeah, okay.
Cook, I think Trina just made us laugh. She said we're good.
Are they still out there, Jordan? All gone?
We're live here. We're live now. We're live.
Yeah, they're in the curve.
Are we ready? Okay, I need a motion to approve the certified personnel report. Have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Need a motion to approve the classified personnel report.
So moved.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Need a motion to, approve the, personnel report, including the, addendum.
The addendum to the personnel report that includes some salary adjustments recommended by the
That's exactly what I was wanting to
I
say.
knew you would.
So moved. We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So now we need to vote on, you wanna read it, Tom?
Our superintendent performed very well during a difficult 2020-2021 school year and met all of his goals. As a result, I move that we increase his salary by 4% and also that we extend his contract to the maximum period allowed by law to June 30th, 2025.
All right, we have the motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Is that everything? Need a motion to adjourn the meeting. Have a second?
Second.
God, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Are we offline?
Vinny, are you off?